book people. How are you doing today? Welcome to Tuesday. How's it going? Let me know. It's your host, Courtney, with Tangible Reads. Getting a slow start to the morning, I will say that. I've been up for quite a bit of time. Actually was on Kelly's chat for her stream here. I think she'll be on a little while longer, but could not make it out of bed for some reason. I was trying. I had workout on the brain. It just didn't seem like it just was happening. And it has not. This has not, but it will. It will. I've dressed the part. Part of doing something is dressing the part. So I put on the workout clothes. Still not feeling it, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. First sprint, So that's that. Anyway, how is everybody doing today? Let me know. Oh, y'all, I'm a mess. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I am thirsty. I guess I can rectify that here. Hi, Kiana. How are you doing? Good morning. Thank you. I look very colorful in this cuteness, I guess. Oh, I think I sound more energetic than I actually feel. Okay, so don't get this demeanor confused with actually how I really feel. I don't feel like I have sand on my water bottle. Oh my gosh. Anyway, how's everybody doing? What are you up to today? Are you working or gearing up to work? I guess it's still kind of early yet. It's 7 your time, Kiana? I worked over the weekend, so I think I'm still recovering from that. And then I work the next few days, so that's good. Getting some things done. It's my birthday coming up at the end of the week. Still have not decided what I'm going to do for that. The plan was to go out of town. And we still have not made a plan, so I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe a day trip, So I need to think about that. So, but not working, I know that. So that's the plan. So if I disappear, it's because I'm in the streets, y'all. In the streets. Kiana's about to get ready for work. Okay, you know what? That is productive. So I can't be mad at that. Can't be haterade at that. What have you been reading today, or I guess lately? Just trying to make sure this thing doesn't go off here. I personally am reading a memoir. Well, actually, it's not even a memoir. I thought it was a memoir. It is a biography that I got on NetGalley. So that's what I'm doing, and hopefully that should be done today. So that is the plan. I'm looking around here like it's going to give me a clue about what to do. See what happens when I don't start the day off good. Okay, I stayed up late. I didn't actually stay up super late compared to maybe some other days because, I work night shifts, so I'm not in like a hurry to go to bed. But I was doing like puzzles on my Kindle, annoying my husband with the light. But anyway. So let me know how your August is going, how the readathons are going. And I know there's ARC August here. There's Trashy Gerbaugust August as well. I did hear about Audio August. I guess I inadvertently participated in that. So a few little things. That's all that. I don't know. My reading, I feel like this month has been kind of slow. Did a few graphics. If y'all interested, I do have a video. I could probably find that link of that. But just been lately, just overall, just taking my time when it comes to reading my books and enjoying them more instead of kind of rushing through. So, I can't be mad at that. So enjoying the yacht. I'm just looking for something. Hold up, y'all. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Hold on. Kiana needs to finish of the 11 books I'm reading. Okay. Hey, you know what? It's good to get something off your docket, so can't hate at that. Any that stand out, let me know. Let me know. There we go. Okay, so if y'all are interested, there's my last video there. If you want to check it out, it's short, less than 10 minutes. I think it's like 7 minutes. Just some, books I picked up at the library. Marie says, good morning. How are you? Thank you for coming here. Much appreciated. I'm here most Tuesdays starting at 10 a.m. Normally like 10 to 2-ish, So if you come on back by. You're reading in the middle of 3 books. Okay, Never Lie by Frida McFadden. Okay, tell me what that is about. I've read 1 book by Frida McFadden. For some reason, I'm thinking 2, but I know 1 definitely. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. With a Vengeance by Riley Seeger. I think I've heard of that. And King of Ashes by S.A. Cosby. I so want to read that. I read All the Sinners Bleed and enjoyed it. And I keep saying I'm going to read some more S.A. Cosby, and I have not. So let me know if you are enjoying that one and how's it going? And how is that whole flipping between 3 books? How is that? I used to do that like every once in a while, but now I kind of center on like reading 1 at a time. Although sometimes I'll be between 2. It depends, like the format. Like this week, I was generally between 2 books for most of this week and even last week because I was trying to get some graphic novels read. And, I was moving around. So I'd be in the middle of a graphic. And then if I had like low lighting or if, I was moving around too much, gym or whatnot, then I had just another book, maybe via audio. So that works well for me. So I'm not like, if, sometimes you just have that time. Like since I got the book community, it's, I feel like it's wasted time sometimes if I had like an hour, like I'm driving, or it definitely makes working out better if I have something to listen to, not gonna lie. So I think that I feel like it's kind of like a wasted opportunity if I'm not feeling that with a book I want to read, because there's so many other things I do that I can't do any sort of reading with. So, you got to take advantage of the time that you have. So if I'm just doing the graphic, then I definitely need to have a little bit more, another option. So that's how that one goes. But these graphics are good. Check out my video if you're interested. Like I said, it's a quick video. I'm a library girly, so I like to just see what I can see. You know what I'm saying? Kiana's probably going to finish Pucking Around, and I'm enjoying Lights Out. Lights Out was a fun time. I have not read Pucking Around. I've heard a lot about it. But Lights Out, definitely a good time. Are you considering reading I think it's going to be a trilogy, if I'm not mistaken. I know there's a second book for sure, but I don't even know if it's out yet. But let me know if you feel like you're going to continue the series. I enjoyed it, probably not enough to continue, but definitely, enough for what it was. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Some unique things. Kiana wants to call him S.A. Crosby so bad, even though that's not his name. So many people do that, though. They do. Like, I had a discussion with somebody about that a while back, and I was like, it's Cosby. And they're like, no, it's Crosby. And I'm like, it's Cosby. Like, it's not Crosby. It's just one of those misnomers that people continue to put out. I do think some people kind of modify his book. Books, how you have those images and what they're out there to kind of distort it. But I think it's just one of those things that we, kind of put out because we know, Bill Cosby and such a well-known name. But but yeah, you got to be deliberate. But definitely an easy mistake to make for sure. Yeah, me and the other person, we went back and around for that. I'm like, it's Cosby. I swear to you, it's Cosby. um, uh, t- t- sorry. Marie says reading multiple books at once helps me with staying focused. And if one book starts getting a little slow, I can switch and it helps me get through books since I am a slow reader. I agree. I agree. I agree. I think it does help you stay focused, not only on the book because you can stay immersed in that world, but I think also if you have other tasks that you're doing, I think we enjoy our books, obviously, but I think that when you have books that you're pairing with that, I think it allows the task to kind of go by a little bit quicker. And I won't say it makes the task enjoyable, but it lessens the brunt of doing a certain task when you're pairing it with something that you love. So you kind of don't mind. It's like doing dishes and listening to music or having a good conversation. It just goes so quickly, and the dishes are so clean afterwards. Kiana says pucking around is so long. I probably won't continue it, but I will continue with the lights out. Yes. Yeah. There we go. Well, hold up. Pucking? You mean the series you won't continue with pucking around? Because I do believe there's a series, right? Isn't pucking around a series? I'll see. Pucking around book series. Jacksonville Rays series. Yeah. So it is a series. Okay. Pucking after you. All right. Yeah, it is so long. I don't hold on. Let me see how long. I don't even know why it's so long. Pucking around book. It says parking around. Oh my gosh. Yeah, AI has been bugging me lately. I will tell you that. Every time I pop up, like it's like a Meta or it's a Gemini, or I think on the Android it's the Bixby or whatever. And I just am so over like all these excess recommendations and things like that. It's like I don't want any more. Where's the Amazon? I like to use Amazon's I guess I could use Goodreads page counts. But yeah, it's just I hate all the 700, yes, 756 pages. That's a lot. Okay. What let me see what this. See, look, yeah, it's a romance, sports romance. Why choose? Like why is it taking 756 pages? I'm gonna Jacksonville Hunter's team. Okay, so she takes a job working for the Rays. No, I want to live from Perfect Man. Piper. Sorry, I got some allergies going on too. Sorry for the snorting. Sorry. I'm just reading this synopsis for Pucking Around. I just always saw it as a hockey romance, but I'm actually reading it. Just a regular. Oh my god. I'm not missing anything. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So does she get to be with? I know it's spicy. Does she get to be Kiana with the three? Right. I'm just curious. But yeah, no interest there. But it sounds cool. I just feel like a book like that, 250 pages. Like that's my thing when it comes to like a romance, like a straight romance, and you're not really adding in other stuff. I think 250 pages is a sweet spot. I never really thought about that until I was watching someone's video a few years ago and she talked about that. It's like, you know what? That's why I be sitting there talking about books are too long sometimes because I think sometimes the page count for what the content is, I'm just like, But there's always an exception. Sometimes people just hit it out the parks, But in general, I think of like in my prejudgment that, we're just doing a straight romance 250 or less in and out, maybe 300. So it has to be something kind of special I heard about it for me to be like, okay, let's do something else. But I did hear great things about Pucking Around. And of course, Lights Out did his thing. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Kenna says, I think I'm done with the series. I don't know. Okay. Well, you're still in the midst of them. So, you can kind of hold out till the end and kind of see if it, sparks your fancy. I've just been very particular lately just to make sure that I'm intentional about if I'm going to read a book, it really has to kind of appeal to me like really good because I'm spending more time with it, Graphics, though, are different. I guess, it has to have a good synopsis, but I've been just randomly reading recommendations for graphics, and a lot of them actually been YA, which I'm not a big fan of YA and teen books like traditional novels, but I don't mind it in a graphic format because it's so quick. Even the subject matter, like coming of age, hey, this is what I did on my summer vacation. I don't really care to read just some meandering novel like that, just in general, much less by a teen. But for a graphic, I don't mind. Like, I recently read this one, Home After Dark, which is very thick. I will tell you that. This is a big chunker, but it was actually pretty good, But like I said, it's a graphic, and it's about the same size, roughly about the same size. But this one too is another one. Pretty. I guess this one's heavier and it's bigger, but both kind of coming of age. 2 stories I wouldn't probably pick up otherwise, but graphic version, no problem. A romance does not need to be so long. Exactly. And I feel kind of snooty at times, I will say, complaining about page counts. But then in the end, I'm like, this is my reading. I have every right to complain about a page count. So I don't feel so bad about doing so when I think of it that way. Okay. So I look at that page count. I know some people don't care, but I definitely look at a page count before I read a book. And then I consider what it is, what people said about it, before I choose to actually say I'm going to read it, because I say this all the time. My sweet spot is like 300 to 400 pages. We can bring a fantasy up to about 5, but I just need to make sure that this content matches the time I think I'm going to invest into it, So I don't know. Just typing something out. All right. But yeah, but 756 is just way too long in my opinion. I just can't see that just being a straight romance. And sports romances, in my opinion, tend to be kind of just, I don't know, kind of cheesy in a way. I think it's cool, but those definitely don't need to be that long. And as a prequel, yeah, I'd be done. How long is that prequel? Okay, if the book itself is 756, how long is the prequel? She is with the 3 guys. It's good, but just why wait so long? Yeah. See, I think that's kind of interesting, and maybe that's the reason why it's extended so long. Because you know how a lot of times these romance books is about the person with the one person, and then that's it. Which I like adding in a little spice, add a little extra. I don't mind the why choose. Like I want something with a little resistance to it, though. Like have it be fun, adding some crazy elements or whatever. So I think that's cool. Oh my gosh! Hey. Sorry, that's my reminder. So I get that, but I definitely think it could be shorter. So, but I think it's adding some good fun elements. So just enjoy it for what it is. Continue it. How long are you into the book? Are you at least halfway? At least half? And then I'm asking so many questions about a book I'm not going to read. When did some spice start happening? I know they said there was like a one nighter or something, but when did the spice start happening? Because if you already have the spice, like in the first part of the book with all three, then it's like, okay, I feel like we're on our goal to wrap stuff up, So it's like, what are we doing in the rest that's going to wow me? Like I read one book and it was like the most outrageous stuff which I enjoyed, and the rest of the book did not take on the same tone. But all the like sexy stuff and whatever and crazy stuff happened in like the first third of the book. Like that 1/3 mark, it was like, ooh, dang. And I'm like, this book can only get crazier from here. And it did not. It was almost kind of like downhill, like we did the money shot, if you will. And that was it. And so I'm like, what are we going to do the other 2/3 of the book? So you definitely got to space that out. And that book wasn't even nearly as long as what you're talking about. So Kiana said the book is 500 or so pages. The prequel makes it 700. Oh, I had a bind up, the one I looked at. Okay, I get you. That's still pretty long, though. 500 pages for the romance. That's still pretty long, too. Hey, you know what? Enjoy it for what it is, okay? It's probably a good time. I mean, I've heard plenty of great things about it, so I can't say that it's, you know, something must be really redeeming. So I'm all for you spoiling it if you want to tell me about it. Oh, yeah, you're way in there, girl. You got this. You're already knowing the determination. There we go. The spice started in the prequel and it was quick. So the rest is just book drama? Like relationship drama? Probably adding some more spiciness in between that to keep you hooked. Hey, I ain't mad at it. Go on with your bad self, girl, okay? Probably throwing some good hockey, too. Okay, y'all, we're going to get to the first sprint. I think I'm procrastinating because I don't really want to work out. But you guys got to do it because I got to do it. Okay, so after that little meltdown, here we go. Let's get to our timer, okay? So we got a snail race, okay? Because I feel like I am moving at a snail's pace. So we got some snails, which I'm not a huge fan of at all, but that's okay. So we got Mr. Green, we have yellow, we have blue, and we have purple. Now, you already know I am so partial to purple. So there we go. Good amount of spice. Yeah. I bet. I've heard good things. You can't have a title pucking around and not have some spice. So, okay. Well, enjoy that spice, girl. Get some ideas. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So let me know who's your snail buddy going to be, who's going to make it out the gates, and all that jazz. Okay. So, keep in mind, you are voting for your snail, but also the hand pusher too. So you got to take all of that into account. But I am just going to be biased with the snail and just choose my purple dude and I guess it's number 4 back there at the top and go from there. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. I got an hour on the clock up there, so that should give me plenty of time to work out and procrastinate and at least get the workout done. Kiana's gonna choose blue. Okay, there we go. We got blue and we got purple. Okay, so I think we're the ones here, so we're gonna go from there. Okay, so y'all, we're gonna do some reading. Happy reading. See you in an hour. See what happens when I feel like I have time. But yes, purple one, purple, purple, purple. Hold up a second. Oh, I thought I still had another minute. I was making tea. Okay, well, we have a winner, so I am all happy about that. Thank you very much for Purple for winning, because I have been having issues with not having a winner in this little race game of mine for quite a while. So I'm excited about that. I don't think I've won in like my last few sprints. I don't think I have won any of the races. So that's always fun. Anyway, how was that sprint for everybody? As you can tell, I have some sweat glistening. It was like dripping off earlier. I finished my workout about 5 minutes ago, and I was trying to make some tea, and I got a little Larabar going on here. Well, I was trying to make some tea, and didn't make it, so that's okay. I'm glad I checked. My phone was like making a weird noise, and I came back in. I'm like, what the world is going on with the sound? So anyway, so that was that sprint. How did everybody do? Were you productive? Let me take this little thing off here. Oh, the admin of sprinting. Okay, so Kiana chose blue and purple won, so I'm happy about that. Christina said hello. How are you doing, Miss Lady? Christina, okay, so Christina's gonna tell us to do some stuff. Let's see. Let's check it out. We have hydrate. Did that, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do that again. I almost finished my bottle during my workout, but not quite. Big gulp of water, big gulp. So I got that done. Are we going to feed thyself? Well, I was in the middle of that. I decided to grab this Larabar, but I was looking for some sausage patties. So may do that at the next sprint there. But I got that. So got a little snack / breakfast. Laundry. I could probably do that. Am I? Probably not. We did some the other day, so I call that success. I do have some clean clothes, so I'm going to just take that for the win, for what that is, and call it a day. Take your meds. Haven't done that yet. As a reminder, y'all, I think it's always a good idea when you take your meds to take them with food unless the doctor says otherwise. I know a lot of people tend not to do that, which is fine if it's supposed to be one, but that you take on an empty stomach. However, I think a lot of meds go better with food, even like just regular supplements that we tend to take, because it coats your stomach. You know, I think sometimes we forget that medicine is introducing a chemical to our body that sometimes can eat at our stomach lining and cause some issues. So just food for thought. My husband takes a whole handful of meds like soon as he wakes up in the morning. I have no idea how he does it because he loves supplements and things. And I take my meds later because I always take it with food. But he takes his on an empty stomach right after waking up. And I just don't understand that. But whatever works for him. Stretch. I have definitely done that. Just finished my workout. I'm actually stretching my legs as we speak underneath this table because I don't feel like I adequately stretched out. I show some love to the like button. I've done that with a few channels this morning, so you can continue to do the same, and I'd appreciate it on this one. And make sure you sub and ring the bell, so hopefully you can get notified. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Christina. Hello, Lachette. How are you doing, lovely lady? What is going on with you today? How is it going? How's the summer? Kelly says, happy time zones. Hello. I was just on Kelly's stream getting some writing done on her thing. She's all done there. Let's see. I'm off to make some breakfast, but I'll be back. There we go. Eat some good food. Christina says hello to Kelly and enjoy the break. Kiana says hello to everybody as well. And they're saying hello back or the highs. I didn't see Amber Lee's. Oh, there we go. I was like, where did that go? My blue cursor was covering it up. Well, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. 86%. Okay. Hold up. That's 88%. Okay, Kiana. You can finish that today. What is that? Maybe, hold up. Okay, so we were doing some math, right? Let me see. Tell us how many pages you got to read. So you're at 500 pages, 88, 440. So you got about 60 pages left. You got that. I know you have work today, but you have some time. If you make some time, you can get that done. Get it done, get it done. Get some spicy scenes in there. Hello, Bree. How are you doing? Good morning. Made it to the sprints. I'm always in meeting. Yeah, it's like towards the tail end. Probably towards your lunch, you pop in. Well, how are you doing, Miss Lady? How is it going today? What's going on? Kiana says hi to Bree. Amber Lee also says hi to Kiana. Hope doing well. Kelly ate some delicious avocado toast for breakfast. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I actually enjoy avocado toast. It's not something that I go out of my way to order when I go out. But if I have some avocados like at home or something, I'll make it. But it's something that I think if it's seasoned right, it tastes well. If it's not, then it's like, But yeah, you put a little seasoning on it, little onion, sometimes even a little tomato. But you got to kind of zhuzh it up really good, and it works really, really well. A little bacon with it too. That sounds way better than my Larabar. Oh. Kelly is reading A Good Running Away this next sprint. What's a good running away about? Let me know. Hello, Miss Sky. How are you doing? Hope all is well. That's okay on my end. How about the rest of y'all? Let us know. Let us know. Christina read. Yay! I started Formidable Magic by Iris Beaglehole, book 7, and got to chapter 6. Book 7. Wow. That's a big series. Okay. How many books are in this series? Let me know. Let me know. Speaking of finish, I did finish my book on the Sprint. I thought I had, excuse me. That's why you shouldn't eat on Sprint. You get tangled up. Larabar is trying to get me in, y'all. I have this one, by the way, that I'm not a huge fan of because I don't really like cherry. And this one it's called Cherry Pie. 3 ingredients. It is, where are they at? Where they at? I think it's dates, almonds, and unsweetened cherries. Just never been a huge fan of cherries, but I'll dibble and dabble every now and then. Those were on sale, and I got a whole case of them. My husband is not eating them, so I'm going to pressure him to eat more, and then I'll eat every once in a while with them, but not a fan. Excuse me. Anyway, so I finished my NetGalley biography, not a memoir. So maybe I'll film a little bit later, today or Friday. We'll see. Anyway, I should have a video coming out on Saturday, but it is a biography of Dolly Parton, which is very interesting. So managed to finish that. I did not think I was as far into it as I had, as I was, but I was like, it's done. Wow. So yay for finishing the book. Christina says hi to Sky and Amber Lee. Kiana has about 2 hours left. Okay. I'm pretty sure you're getting a good amount of spice up in there, lady. I said hello to everybody. Christina is excited about the book, Kelly. I'm just waiting so it is fresh in my mind on Friday. Ooh, is that for a book discussion? What is going on with this book discussion? Was that like a buddy read? Let me know. Kelly says, I put cream cheese on the toast. Ooh, I never thought of that. That actually sounds like a good idea. And some cream cheese. Okay. Cream cheese on the toast, then layer red onion, avocado, salted and dried oregano. There you go. Got to add some salt to the mix. With an over easy egg on top. Ooh. See, I was just daunted with the cream cheese and the avocado together, but you added a whole nother dimension. I don't know about the egg part. I'm not a big fan of the over easy, but I can see that. That sounds like a pretty heavy, not heavy, healthy, protein, good fats breakfast. And you actually might have all the food groups represented. Okay. Very well balanced. Kudos, Kelly. Good job. Sky's not too bad. Currently washing up after making some bagels. Ooh, you made bagels? Look at you. High five on that one too. I've never attempted to make bagels, but I can eat one like a mug, Very delicious. What is your favorite bagel? Let me know, y'all. What is your favorite bagel? I love a good everything bagel. Oh my gosh, that's the best. Hands down. If I go to a place, I'm 99.2% sure, maybe 99.3% sure I'm going to get an everything bagel no matter what, because that's exactly what I look for initially. And then I may look at other things, but I'm going to probably get that everything bagel. Although I do like a cinnamon raisin next. So, good bagels. Very calorie rich though. Christina says there is 9 books in the series, but there's another series connected and one in the world, but in New Zealand. And the main series is in Cornwall. That's a big series. Okay. And only 8. And the New Zealand ones are on Hoopla. That will definitely keep you busy. How long have you been reading that series? I love Dolly. I know, right? She's so cute. I was apprehensive at first because I know Dolly more from from movies than music. But I've never heard anybody say a bad thing about Dolly Parton. Never. Okay. And we all have our moments. I am sure old girl has hers, but I just was like, let me see more about this lady. The book was under 400 pages and I'm like, okay, let me get it. But I did not realize it wasn't a memoir because, I love a good memoir in somebody's voice, their own voice. I didn't realize till I started it. She already had a memoir out like years ago and I didn't know that. So anyway, so this was more of a biography, but it was NetGalley. I figure I already had it. Let me go ahead and, read some stuff about old girl. So I'll be doing a little quick video about that, get you some details. So, but I would definitely suggest more of reading like her own book versus this one. But this one I think is more up to date than her own memoir. So it does have some merit, but I learned some good things. So I've been binge listening to her music. Amberly says, I managed to finish Black Tudors last night after sprints. Yay. It was interesting, but it's been a long time since I've read a drier history book. Drier history book. What's drier history? Like as in just it's kind of dull, or does that mean something? Looking forward to starting something else. I don't blame you. It's like when I read nonfiction outside of memoirs, I enjoy learning about something in history, but it definitely isn't like my preferred genre. So I definitely look forward to something a little bit more kind of upbeat and frivolous afterwards. So, but hopefully you learned a lot and all that stuff. So, and you finished. So kudos to you for that one. Okay. Kelly says, our Shore Leave book club with Cursed Dragon Ship Publishing. Our first meeting is this February at 8 p.m. Central. Oh, look at that. Okay, there we go. That ought to be a fun time discussing the book that's been published. Good time. Well, I hope y'all have a good discussion on that one, okay? Favorite bagel is everything. Yeah, there we go. See, that's the best. You can't go wrong. Like, why choose one thing where you can have everything? It's a chance that you're okay to be greedy, okay? Most people will say being greedy is a bad thing. That everything bagel is a time to be like, yes, I want everything. Let me be greedy. And people are like, yes, me too. You feel okay. What's going on? Hold on, y'all. Hold up. The husband wants to ask me something. Hold on. Oh my God. This guy's interrupting me for some frivolous stuff. He bought some sort of weed torch, which I did not know that's a thing. I have an inclination it's probably highly illegal, but he spent money on it, and we shall see. We've been having a weed problem. Weed is an outside Mother Nature weed, okay? But he figures instead of going out and pulling the weeds like a normal person, he's going to torch them. I don't know. I don't want no part of it. I know that. Anyway, I'll say Kelly's favorite is everything, and Amberly's as well. There you go. There we go. Christina, there we go. There we go. Good running away. There we go. Here's a book club. Still have time. You said Friday. Today is Tuesday. I don't know how long the book is, but I'm gonna say regardless, like if it's 400-500 pages or less, depending on the time you have, totally doable. Totally doable. There we go. Kiana says Sarah Lee used to make a cranberry orange. Is that bagel? It was discontinued and I miss it. Cranberry orange. I'm trying to think in my head. You know how you roll around something in your head? I'm trying to roll around if I like that combination. I don't know if I like that combination of cranberry orange. However, I think the issue is that I'm not a huge cranberry fan. I mean, I like cranberry juice, but it's not like my go-to. You know what I'm saying? Orange is good though. That to me sounds seasonal. You know what I'm saying? Seasonal, like fall or winter time. Let me know if y'all like cranberry orange. And just together as a flavor. Amberly, a cinnamon raisin. Yeah, that's classic. I think cinnamon raisin has been instilled in me to like since my childhood. I grew up with my mama. She kind of old school cinnamon raisin. I feel like maybe I'm so biased, okay? Don't take this wrong, but I feel like cinnamon raisin's like an older, I don't know. I think of my grandma and my mom when I think of cinnamon raisin. I don't know why, but I enjoy it. So I think it's just, I don't know. That's all they really bought. That's the thing. My mom would buy like cinnamon raisin bread all the time, muffins and stuff. And I don't buy any of that stuff as I get older, but I do enjoy it. There we go. We got another. Is it the same one? Or did I click on it? Another one. Oh, okay. The other one is the discussion, and this is the announcement. Okay, there we go. I see it. I'm gonna have to take a look at seeing what y'all reading in the future. Sky says it's my first time reading them. I've gone for making them. I'm sorry. I've gone for plain as I don't eat them too often. Just trying to get myself healthier. Okay. Plain's a good way to start out because you can always add versus taking away. Because, bagel is good by itself. But one of the great things about bagels is that you can always put things on them, dip them, stuff like that. So if you don't know too much about making some things and all that stuff, a plain is such an easy, foray into it. And, and it gets versatile and stuff. So nothing wrong with that. Did they get chewy? How a regular bagel is kind of like dense and maybe a little chewy. Did yours come out like that? Or did they come out like more cakey and fluffy? Sometimes it takes a while to get that texture right, because that's a big thing about bagels is the texture for it. Christina says, I started it in May for Kooky and just trying to finish the main series this month. But book 9 is not on Hoopla yet, so I have to find it still. That's still quite an achievement in a whole series. That's pretty good. I have commitment issues. So if I finished 2-3 books in the series, I'm doing well, you know. A lot of times though, I feel like it's, do I like a series enough to continue? That's the kind of my main thing, you know. Like I like a series that's of course already out, but a lot of times, like, and this is the reason why I prefer standalones, because I want to make sure that if I'm not liking this enough to continue, because I gotta really like be wild and love a series or book in order to continue in the series, or be just extremely curious. But I prefer one and done, or at least to be like wrapped up satisfactorily, because I'm gonna be pissed if I get nothing out of it. Like that, what is that book? LA Banks. Oh my gosh. I did it for boot camp readathon in June. What was Lachette picks? What was that? Minion, that vampire huntress book. Probably, I won't say it was bad. The issue was that it didn't wrap things up in a bow. It actually didn't really give you any resolutions to anything whatsoever in the first book. And then it was a 13, something like that book series. But you had to go to see book two, because for one ended on a cliffhanger, but you had to go to book two to get any sort of resolution. And so I got resolution on one plot, but then still other things open. But if book one would have left where book two ended, like wrap those together, even if the series continued, it would have been a satisfactory ending. But I was just peeved to have to read two books to get something out of it. That annoys me. Same thing with like Five Broken Blades. You know, that one I didn't know was a series before starting, and that one ended in a cliffhanger and didn't resolve anything. What's another one that did something similar? Hellbreaker, kind of the same way. So it's just like, just wrap it up in a bow for whatever the books are, so that, you know, in case people don't continue, because it's daunting with all the books we have to read. I gotta really want to delve to continue. Hello, Luna. How are you? Hold on. Did I say that right? Luna. Yes, sorry. I've just had dinner. Ooh, what you have? Fortunately, just needed to make rice and reheat my 4-bean chili. Did that right after getting home from work. That sounds very comforting. Something for a nice, just chilly day. Sounds good. Amberly says, yes, like, I mean, it was so boring, interesting, but the writing was dull. Yeah, it's history stuff. I get you. Liven it up. You know what's pretty interesting is reading like a graphic novel of history events. I find I can palate that a whole lot more. Those are pretty interesting too. Luna says hello to everybody and tell her hello back, y'all. So hello. I might continue my NetGalley audiobook arc next sprint. Ooh, and what is that book? Let us know, Miss Luna. Kelly says it's a quick read. Will be quick reads around here. You like a quick book. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I get you. Speaking of quick reads, so next month, which I need to look further into, is Shorty September. So not only do you have Mystic Readathon, let me make sure I'm writing these things down. I've been really bad at like TBRs and stuff lately. I may just start just doing a little quick post, but I just want to make sure I am paying attention to some things. And then Mystic Readathon. That is Nell's next chapter for those of y'all that are not aware. So make sure you have that on your docket. Okay, I wrote those down. Before I forget, you know what I'm saying? Luna has an allergic reaction to cinnamon. Ooh. What does it do for you? Let me know. I heard cinnamon's supposed to be, I mean, if you can palate it, okay. But I heard that it's supposed to be really good for your metabolism or immune system or something. But, you know, For those of y'all that can palate it, don't go around snorting it or nothing. Because I heard that was a thing, y'all. There's some oddballs out there. I did hear it was a thing going around snorting cinnamon. Okay. Kelly likes cranberry orange muffins. I don't know. For some reason in my head, maybe I have to taste it. It's just in my head, it sounds like they don't go together. Also, when I make homemade cranberry sauce for Thanksgiving, I always cook the cranberries in orange juice with orange zest and a touch of brandy. See, now that sounds good. I think because you said brandy, I don't know why that livened up the whole conversation. Hey, you do you. I don't like cranberry sauce at all. Okay, so I will say that. It's just like gelatin. I don't know. And the stuff with the lumps in it, people have like the little bitty particles of it. Like I just don't want any part of it at all. And that's like more of the homemade. I can stand the canned stuff, but I don't even touch that. It's like bad jello. I just can't do it. Can't do it. But I'll take that brandy. Just give me some brandy and orange juice, okay, in 2 separate cups, and then a glass of water, and I'm gonna just have my little trio and figure it out. But I commend you for cooking that and going out of your way. Okay, I know people put their foot in them cranberry sauces. Okay, them homemade ones. I know you're probably doing your thing, girl. I just couldn't be on board with it. Okay, but I'll take that brandy. Okay, just to let you know in case we meet up. Okay. Kiana says I'm good with the plain bagel. Hey, you can customize that bagel any way you want if it's plain. But I'll take that everything, and I treat everything like a plain, so it just has a little zest. I'll put anything on that too. Cranberry schnapps and OJ taste like sunshine. Yum, yum, yum. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. Y'all got me thinking about drinking, and I'm not even drinking today. Nah, not gonna happen today, y'all. My birthday's at the end of the week, so maybe that. I gotta make a plan, y'all. I don't know. I gotta figure something out. I think I may just have my husband and a dog and say, let's get in the car. The only thing is if we go drive somewhere overnight, you gotta find a dog-friendly spot. That's the problem. So you gotta think ahead. Amberly says a Sacramento baking company used to do an amazing pizza bagel. Ooh, they still might. I'm not sure. It was delightful though. A pizza bagel. That sounds interesting. I've had those little, probably not Totino's. I don't think it's them, but it could be. I don't know. So many brands. But you have those little small frozen pizza bagels or whatever, pepperoni bagels, whatever. I used to buy those. That was pretty fun. Sky says, I'm just about to take them out, and it's only 2 ingredients, cottage cheese and self-raising flour. So we shall see. Ooh, okay. That sounds interesting. I tried a recipe once. This was a few years ago. It was, were they called bagel bites, I think? It was like 2 or 3 ingredients like that too. And then you rolled them in a bowl, and I topped them with, I have everything seasoning salts, seasoning. And I rolled them in that and air fried them. And they were okay, nothing to write home about, but I did it once. It was a TikTok recipe. And it was very simple. So I wonder if that is something similar to that. I don't really use a lot of flour in my home. Like, it's probably horrible. Like, it probably needs to be thrown away and probably won't rise. But I think I've had the same flour for like 3-4 years. Because I may once in a blue moon use flour. So I'll buy like a cheap bag of flour because it'll sit there for years. And then when I go to use it, I second guess if I should. Because I think flour does go bad. Like I keep it in a Ziploc bag and tightly sealed up. But still, after a while, I know the expiration dates is. But I wonder if, I don't know. We shall see. Well, I hope that turns out good for you, Miss Lady. Let us know. Kelly says, if you have commitment issues for series, then you should definitely do the Shore Leave book club. We only read series. This first one, Misplaced Mercenaries, is only 5 books long. It's only 5 books long. Man, okay. That's you're scaring me, lady. Let me look up this Misplaced Mercenaries. Misplaced Mercenary series. A Good Running Away. Oh, that's the first book. Okay. Sounds like a cozy mystery. I do like Kevin Petway. I do like the covers. Is this a cozy? Cozy. Da, da, da. 308 pages. Keaton's own mercenary company is best friend Sarah. Runaway is her best bet for happy or murder. Unnatural powers. Sounds fantastical. Oh, I don't know if that's my thing, but sounds pretty interesting. Sounds like you got some action and adventure there. Like how you said, only 5 books long. Kiana says, I'm not going to continue the Butcher and Blackbird series. I didn't care for the second book. See, that first book really got me. Like, I wrote it down that I was going to read it. I never did because I just heard like mixed things about the first book that just turned me off of it. And then I saw there was a second book. And I'm like, I don't know. Is that a cliffhanger? Do you think the first book's worth reading? Kiana says hello to Luna. Luna says, I got an email telling me I'm approved for an ARC today, and they asked me to review on Amazon, but I don't have Amazon. Just tell them you don't have Amazon, but do you have Goodreads? A lot of people still look at written platforms. So Amazon's a big one. Goodreads they own Goodreads too, but that's a big one. So those two should be kind of interchangeable. Storygraph's catching on, but not as many people, look at that one. I review on Amazon and Storygraph. I cut out Goodreads, although I do have it. And I used to review quite frequently on there. So if someone does ask me to review on Goodreads, and I go ahead and go on there too. So just let them know. Yeah, let them know. It shouldn't be an issue. If not, then kick rocks, Just saying. Kiana says, I got to get ready for work. Thank you very much for chilling with us this morning. I hope Pucking Around and Lights Out both end really well for you. I don't know about I don't know about Pucking Around. I'm sure it ends in a nice big bow, and definitely Lights Out is not a cliffhanger. So you should have no problems with those being wrapped up and being fulfilled. Everly says, I love Shorty September. Makes me feel so productive. I know, right? Sometimes you got to slow down. For a while, I was reading all these books via audio, and it's like a book a day. And it's like, we need to slow down. The more books I read, the more I got to review. And my hands were tired. Yeah, I love Shorty September. I have on my Kindle a whole section dedicated to short books specifically for Shorty September. I call it Shorties. That's the whole folder for books that I just specifically hold for that month. Okay, so I think shorty books are like 250 pages or less. I mean, I have some books that are like 70, 80 pages. I knock them suckers out in a day. Okay, so looking forward to it. That's a staple of mine every year for sure. Cottage Goth, Luna said, I get blisters inside my mouth from cinnamon. Very painful. Oh, yeah, definitely don't get the cinnamon. I've never heard of that. You probably have some sort of reaction to whatever chemical that makes up cinnamon that, eats at the lining, your epithelial lining. Don't do that. Don't do that. What if you drink something that, I'm trying to think of what may have cinnamon in it, like that big red soda, I think that has cinnamon in it, or Fireball or something. Not that you're going to be accidentally drinking either of those things, but if you accidentally drink something that has like a, a little cinnamon in it, like, they make those ciders with a little hint of cinnamon. Would that affect you like really bad? I know you can cook. Kelly be trying to do her thing. Okay. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. You can come over here and cook for me, girl. I had Taco Bell for dinner last night and was proud of it. Kelly says that's why I make my cranberry sauce homemade. The canned stuff is gross. My cranberry sauce has no gelatin in it. Oh, okay. That'd be interesting. Most people put gelatin in stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I just never developed a taste for cranberry sauce. Cranberry juice I grew up with because my mom swore by it for like UTIs and stuff. But that's about it. Like if I see cranberry juice and catch a sale, I'll pick up like one jar or something. But I always mix it with something. It's just the tartness just has never appealed to me. Amberly said add Italian herb blend in the dough and then sauce and cheese baked on top. So it ran down into the center. That sounds so good. Oh my gosh. All these gourmet folks in the house. Y'all making me seem like I don't do nothing. Probably because I don't cook well. I don't do a lot of cooking. I think what I do, I just simplify it. I used to do like these big elaborate things. And my husband's just like, oh, this is good. Like, just as good as Taco Bell or saltine. Like his palate's not super refined and neither is mine. So it is what it is. My mom, though, is amazing. My mom's from the South, grew up with a lot of kids and low money, which meant she was in the kitchen a lot. So she did her thing. And my one sister got that cooking talent from her. Like that seasoning, because it's not just about cooking something well, it's about seasoning something well, and they both can be a little heavy-handed with the salt, I will say. So keep a glass of water on hand sometimes, but they got that talent of being able to take whatever and throw it together and bam, I experiment. So I do okay. I'm functional, some things flop. Most things are okay, but I just kind of keep meals kind of simple, especially as of late. Like in the last year, I just don't have the patience to be in the kitchen cooking elaborate stuff, so I keep it simple, keep it cute, if I can't figure it out, I'm okay with ordering Chinese food, so that's me lately. Can't eat out too much though. There's a lot of salt and other mystery ingredients and things that mess with your system. So, Amberly says homemade cranberry sauce is the best. I bet if you're going to eat it, you can do it right. Make it homemade. That way it's in it. Hello, Chris. How are you doing today? Welcome to the fold. What are you reading? A Good Running Away is definitely not cozy. A lot of violence and cursing. They're mercenaries. Yeah, that's what I saw when I looked it up. Yeah. She had that, I like the silhouette with the bow and arrow thing on it. So it was pretty cool. Amberly's like, perked up. Earlier in the chat, you got the links there. Don't use Goodreads. Okay. Well, I would tell the ARC offerers that you don't utilize those services and just tell them what you do. And then they can say yes or no. Be like, hey, I do review on YouTube. Worst they can do is tell you no. You know what I'm saying? Everly says, I do love a violent fantasy book. Yeah, and then add in a little romance. So I'm okay with that too. Kiana's, I did like Butcher and Blackbird. Leather and Lark was just okay. Did that end in a cliffhanger and did it have any spice to it, the Butcher and Blackbird? I asked that because I had it on my list and someone told me something about it. I can't remember what it was and I took it off for some reason. I'm trying in my head to remember why it was taken off of my to read list. And I don't know if it was because of one of those. Luna says, I make my reviews on my blog, Instagram, and YouTube. That should be good enough. That should be good enough. Just let them know. Let the ARC requesters people know. Kelly says, an Amazon account is free. Just sign up so you can review and keep getting ARCs. I mean, I have an Amazon account and they don't be offering me a whole bunch of ARCs, but I get you. Yeah, it's definitely free, but I get it if you don't want to create one. Some people just have issues with, different platforms. It's a principle. I've been boycotting it. Oh, okay. So you're boycotting Amazon. Okay. I get you. I have a friend that boycotts Walmart, which is funny. She says something about unethical business practices and all this stuff and everything made in China, which is funny because she shops on Amazon like every day. So I'm like, so you're going to do Amazon and not do Walmart. That don't make sense. One of the main reasons I quit Goodreads was them being bought by Amazon. Yeah, that would definitely be a reason for sure. I don't think we have any drinks with cinnamon here. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I don't think I've ever had cranberry sauce. Yeah, it's not something I would say go flock to, but it's worth trying to see if you like it. It's a popular dish, at least in America, around the holidays, but it's like Christmas, maybe even Thanksgiving too, but definitely Christmas. But it's not a staple that I buy at all. So, and then when it's on the table, I just don't even bother to even touch it. My mother-in-law tried to just cram some down my throat the first 2 years, and now she's just not even bothered anymore because I just was like, nope. Chris says, I know people recommend Storygraph as a replacement for Goodreads, but I find it so user unfriendly. Really? I find it very user friendly. I enjoy Storygraph a lot. I made the switch about 2 years ago. I find it's quicker than Goodreads, less glitchy, and I don't know. You have more things that you can categorize things in. I do have an issue with I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those people that I prefer to just kind of give my rating and give my numerical star rating and then do my review. But it has the whole breakdown category, is this was emotional, was this dark, was it fast paced, medium paced. I do like that. But then the questions of is the what does this say, are the flaws of the main characters the main point of the book? Is the character lovable? Is this novel diverse? Those I think are kind of weird questions to ask because there's so much in the background that I would like to explain more. What is diverse? So yeah, things like that. And then you can even talk about what trigger warnings are in the book and stuff. So, but I enjoy Storygraph a lot. And I do believe it is Black owned as well. So that also appeals to me too. Chris says hello to Christina and Kelly. Amberly says hi to Chris. Luna says we don't have Walmart at all. Ooh, look at you. We don't have a Norwegian Amazon, but it's accessible. Oh, okay. So you have a whole other slew of commercialism over there. Okay. So what's your big, a big box store that you would have there? Our Walmarts and Kmarts and Targets. What will you have? Chris says hello to Amber. Good to see you. And still groggy. I feel you. I worked out and I still feel groggy. Why are you groggy? Did you just wake up? Luna says, I think we probably use lingonberry jam the same way Americans use cranberry sauce. And not a fan of that either. Okay, you and I are right here, okay? I love Storygraph, but I only use it for tracking my reading and getting all the fun stats because I'm a geek, not for reviews. And see, you know what? I forgot about that too. Yes, Goodreads is amazing for stats, okay? And I do like that. I think that the graphics at the end of the year are better than Goodreads. They go a little bit more in depth. So I do like that. All the little charts and stuff. So it has its moments for that for sure. But the more you feed into Storygraph, because Storygraph is relatively new compared to Goodreads, it's only been around a few years. The more you feed into Storygraph, the better those stats and the stats and the explanations of what they mean and stuff, the better that they get. Because when I first started Storygraph, when I was doing Storygraphs and Goodreads, I was only inputting my rating for Storygraph. And then I decided to go ahead, put my rating and all the other categories in the review, because it helps the algorithm, if that you want to call it, the system or whatever, to be more precise in categorizing what books are. So, and then that helps. Like, I don't really use their recommendations and stuff, but it helps them too. For those that do, it helps to feed recommendations better to people as people input what they believe these books are about, so that it can pinpoint better. You know what I'm saying? So while we enjoy the stats, it's still nice to feed into the system a little bit more if you can. A few clicks here or there won't hurt. Chris says, I shouldn't badmouth Storygraph as I just won a book from them. Kudos. Okay. I find all the questions so annoying. I just wanted to post my review and leave. I don't want to be interrogated. I feel you. I kind of felt the same way initially, but I started thinking of the purpose of it. And so I don't mind as much. I just wish that there was like a better way, but I get you. And speaking of that, what book did you win? Let us know. Luna says, I think maybe Obsy or Obs is one of the big box stores. I've never heard of that, but I don't think it's really like the American ones from what I remember. Visiting you 2013, and it's been a while. Yeah, I've never heard of Obs. Anybody else heard of that? Hey, wherever you can get your good stuff, that's all that matters, right? Chris says, Storygraphs remind me of Discord during a readathon. I'm not getting on Discord during a readathon and chatting all day long. No, thank you. I turn off notifications because people post way too much. I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one. During my readathon, I created a Discord just so that people can, choose to communicate if they choose, because there was a request or a need for it when I first did the readathon and I didn't have one. It wasn't a super busy Discord, but it was there. But that's why I also post, hey, this is come and go as you please, and just be patient with it. But I was posting on there every day, and it was a lot of work for me to kind of go in and remember that and stuff. So I feel you. But it's not that bad though for Storygraph. I think it allows for better reflection on your book, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, imagine sitting with a book like these John Gwynne books that people read, right? You done sat with this 5, 6, 7, 800, whatever, I'm exaggerating, page book, right? And, I think if you're a poster reviewer, sitting with that book and doing a review on Storygraph, I think helps make you maybe formulate your opinion about it maybe a little bit as you're going through these categories. Be like, oh, was that dark? Oh, what were the flaws of the main character? Is this really a diverse cast, for whatever diversity means to you? Those type things. I do like that. Generally, I fill those things out, and I have at times those little questions have helped me in my written review when I was kind of thinking of things, So anyway, that can be helpful, but fill them out at will. Nothing's set in stone that you have to. So that's what's good. Okay, y'all, we have talked. Now we are going to read. I am not going to read because I finished my book. So I'm going to finish my layer bar. The tea, the water I was heating up is probably cold. So I'm going to reheat my kettle and find what other food I can get into and medicate because that is always important. Okay. So we have a timer here and we're keeping with our little creepy things. And where's it at? Oh, there we go. We're going to keep with our little creepster theme. We had a snail race as the first one, and now we have spiders. These do not look that scary. Okay, so I'm a bit disappointed. Not gonna lie, bit disappointed. Um, but we're gonna go with these spiders. Look, kid friendly spider. We got red, we got green, orange, and we have blue. Let's see. I'm gonna go with green. I'm gonna go with the green spider. These spiders are not scary, y'all. Anybody else disappointed? So disappointed. So disappointed. I don't need no kin for these spiders. Anyway, we're gonna roll with that, okay? In the fun creepster arena, okay? Chris chooses blue and Kelly also chooses green. Okay, that works. That works. I was tempted to choose red, but I'm gonna go with green. So we'll see what happens. Okay, we have our spider race. Okay, y'all. Don't be too scared in this next 45 minutes. Okay. Happy reading. See you in 45. Oh, see that red, I knew it in my head. I was like, red's gonna win. And see what happened. See what happened. Okay, well, we have red as the winner. For anybody that chose red, let me get this one off the screen. How was Springs for everybody? How did that go? What did I do? What did I do? Um I finished breakfast. I am having my second or first, maybe the first warm twice cup of tea. And I put some chicken in the air fryer. Here's my hack for cooking casseroles and all is I cook the chicken in the air fryer like earlier in the day or whatever, and then just shred it and just add it at the end. So that way I don't have to worry about friggin' going through and trying to saute some chicken on the stove and stuff because that's for the birds. So I did that, and I just cut it up, shredded it. So did that, and now I'm here. That's what I did. That's what I did. Trying to find a timer here. Hold on a sec, y'all. Hold on a sec. All right. So that was my sprint. Let me know what your sprint was about. Let's see. So Ellen's, I keep calling you Ellen. I don't know why I say that. Luna. Luna says happy sprinting. Amberly chose orange. So Sky's bagel were as a success. A little bit chewy, but otherwise really tasty. Ooh, there we go. I'm happy for you. Congrats, Miss Lady. It's always nice when you do a new recipe that everything works out as it should. Don't you hate when you make a recipe and just all sorts of ingredients and put your work and time and then it turns out a flop? Oh, that irritates me so much. That has happened, unfortunately, quite a number of times with me. So I'm happy that it all worked out for you. I remember one recipe I got from TikTok. Them dang TikTok recipes, y'all. It was some stuffed shells in the air fryer, and they were delicious. Don't get me wrong, but they definitely didn't like the mechanism for like them to stay together. They didn't tell you that the shells pop off, so it was better just as individuals. But anyway, very good. Hello, Bree. Been a hella long time since I opened YouTube for sprints. Well, we appreciate you coming through. So you're working on 2 books, Magnolia Parks #1, as well as audio, Booking My Way Through the Crown Ends, all by B. Fitzgerald. Okay. Are you enjoying all of that? All of that? Have you been reading, even though you haven't been on sprints? Magnolia Parks, but I might switch. Hey, whichever works your fancy. You got to figure out what your mood is, you know? Click. Okay, hold up. Now my mouse is trying to be sketchy. There we go. Okay. Hello, lovely Paula. How are you doing? You're voting for the green. You know what? I was in there with you. And my first inclination was the red, but I went with the green, and green didn't work out. But that's okay. That's okay. We got another one. Christian is hello to Paula. Everybody said hi. Kelly is read 2% of a good running away. Oh, you just started it. Okay. Then got distracted by Discord. I'll miss these talking bits for a meeting. Okay, you know what? You got to make your money, okay, and meet with people. Nothing wrong with that. Sky read 3% of the Ark, Burn Bright by Krista and Becca Ritchie. Ooh, are they sisters? What's the relation between them? And how is Burn Bright? Let me know. Amberly says, I somehow didn't do anything except start laundry. That's something, right? Not sure how that happened. Hey, sometimes times just get away. So I completely understand with you on that one, okay? I got a few things done. Talk with my husband, talking about trying to plan a trip. So we'll see. Lunas said, I did a lot of blog bookkeeping and also just got approved for another ARC. Look at you just rolling in the ARC dough. Not mad at it. Now I've been busy with exams and volunteer work in July, so I haven't had time to read. I just last week started reading again. Yeah, sometimes it's that way. I'm going to be that way towards the end of the year. I got like work stuff I got to do, but sometimes life gets in the way of our books. Isn't that unfortunate? But you got to do. Well, what's that term? Pay the piper. You got to do it, right? Currently making a shopping list. Okay. Any specialty things on that shopping list? Make sure you add cake mix to the mix, okay? That's a pretty good tea, y'all. I got this tea. It's called Blue Midnight. It's a pea flower, like PEA flower tea. And it has like a slight sweetness to it. And it looks green here, but it's actually like blue, which is so unique. I'm not used to drinking a blue drink. I'm hoping it doesn't turn my teeth or my tongue blue. We'll see. Sky says, I Believe Sisters. Okay, really good. Making me want to go back and read Addicted Calloway series to read the parent story. Follows a whole family. Oh, that ought to be fun. Okay, well, I hope you continue to enjoy that book, okay? Let's see. We're going to get into our next sprint here. We're going to do, what are we going to do? We're going to do one more 45, okay? One more 45. That'll get us out of here. Oh, actually, before we do that, I almost forgot. On this day in history, let's see what's going on. Okay, today is August 19th. Month is flying, y'all. It is flying. Okay, so apparently on August 19th was the first soapbox derby. First All-American soapbox derby was held in Dayton, Ohio, with children driving homemade cars propelled only by gravity. First down the hill to become championship winner was 11-year-old Robert Turner in a wooden vehicle running on buggy wheels. There you go. Primitive cars. Thanks, Flintstones, y'all. 1934. Now it's like a huge thing. There's whole festivals surrounding that. Any fashionistas in the house? I definitely am not one of them, okay? But apparently Coco Chanel and her expensive self was born in 1883 today. French designer, she's French. French fashion designer Coco Chanel founded the Chanel brand and is famous for her designs of handbags, perfumes, clothing, including the little black dress. I never thought about the little black dress. Okay, I get you on that one. That's the Breakfast at Tiffany's, Audrey Hepburn. That's what I think of that. Although that dress wasn't that little. So Coco Chanel's birthday is today. Bree is doing some back to school shopping. Ooh, dreaded time. Budget planning. Yep, gotta do that. The first book in what I believe in the Next Generation series. Well, that's cool. See, and you know what? That's a story that you keep living and you're immersed in it for such a long period of time because you're seeing all the different families. I like that. Apparently in 1900, that's 1900, is the only cricket match played in the Olympics took place at the Vélodrome des Vincennes Stadium in Paris, France. Great Belgium beat France by 158 runs. I don't know if that's a lot or a little because I'm not familiar with cricket. Is beating someone by 158 runs like really like a beat down, or is that like normal? Let me know. So cricket's only appeared in the Olympics once. I think that's going to be like for breakdancing. What was it? Oh my gosh, has that been 2 years? When was the breakdancing in the Olympics? So I think that'll go down in history as probably the only time breakdancing has ever been in the Olympics. So apparently in 2020, following a successful career as a lawyer and a politician, Kamala Harris accepted the nomination of Vice President of the United States, becoming the first woman of color from a major party to be a candidate. She went to become the country's first female VP. So apparently on August 19th is when Kamala Harris accepted the nomination for VP in 2020. Man, that's 5 years. Okay, yeah, that's not too far ago. Okay. And let's see. In 1931, water levels reached a height of 53 feet during devastating floods in China, which affected millions. Woo, that's high. 15 feet. Wow. Okay. 53 feet. Excuse me. 53 feet in 1931. Let's see. So apparently in 1881 in Russia, a guy flew a hot air balloon in order to watch a solar eclipse. That's excessive. What happened? I guess he didn't want to just sit there with the glasses like the rest of us humans, right? Okay. And apparently, I don't even know what this means. In 1831, a French photographer, Louis Daguerre, showcased his invention of daguerreotypes, which are camera images produced by chemical reactions on silver plates. I guess is that like the first, like the primitive development of photos? Y'all tell me. Anybody know anything about daguerreotypes? And that is this day in history, y'all. Fun times. Okay. Okay, so let us get to the next sprint here. And this will be fun. So wait for it. Man, this is slow. Come on. Are we not? There we go. Okay. Whew, that was a delay, y'all. I don't know if that's my computer or a restream, but there we go. We got some moosies in the house. Okay. Or are these elk? I don't know. Either one. So we got 4 options here. Let me go ahead and choose your... Okay, so here's what we got. Oh, and this is going to be the last sprint too, because I gotta go do something. Okay. And there, why did that not work? Sorry, y'all, for some reason. Technical difficulties. There we go. Okay. So we got some moose. We got, I was going to say brown, but they all look kind of brown. So we got a light brown, a reddish brown, a medium brown, which is still light brown, and then we got gray. So choose your poison 1 through 4. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and choose big boy number 4 because he looks more different than the rest of us, than the rest of them in there. So I'm going to go ahead and choose old dude with the antlers. I guess that's what we should go by. Number 4 has white antlers. Number 3 has like a tan antlers. Number 2, they look yellow. And number 1, they look green, like a light green. Okay, either way, I choose number 4. Let me know who you're going to throw your support behind. Sky and Amberly both are like, we're number 2. Okay. I was thinking of 2. Hopefully, I'm going to go with my first. I'm trying to do this. Go with your first gut instinct. So we'll go there. Okay, y'all. So we have 2 and we have 4 in the house. Place your bets. Put them in the chats. Okay. We're going to go ahead and start this sprint here. Okay. Luna says number 3 looks most similar to the color of a real moose. Oh, number 3 looks kind of pale. Okay. I'll take it. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. I will see y'all in 45. Man, they took off fast. And score. Okay. Courtney coming through with 2 of the 3 races. Okay. Can't be mad at that. Okay. Number moves 4. Moves 4 in the house. Okay. I'm happy with that. I was touch and go for a minute, y'all. Okay. And then my moose came through. Oh, how was that sprint for everybody? Okay, I felt like I was redeemed a little bit. I did a I did a hodgepodge of things on that particular sprint. I think I'm gonna go to the pool, run an errand, and go to the pool. So I got dressed for that. And then I was digging through, I cut up my chicken and all that stuff for my meal I'm going to do. Maybe I'll do that first. Anyway, so I was digging through my diamond paintings and realized that I have not put these in my little portfolio thing. So this is one I completed, I don't know, a while back though. It took me forever to complete this one. I think I worked on this for like 2.5 months because I wasn't working on it. And then this is the latest one that I completed, which didn't actually take me that long. This one maybe a week and a half. So I really like this one a lot. Isn't that pretty? You have a shoe with a rose there and some underlining, but that one's really, really pretty. So anyway, I was digging through the other room and these were like sitting on the bed and I was like, okay, I need to put those up. Although I just put them in a little portfolio that I have because I have too many to frame. Although I have a picture frame right here that I think I may frame this one. I think that is definitely frame worthy. Anyway, so let me see how's everybody doing. Okay, so Luna was talking about oh yeah, okay. The number 3, the moose looks most like what a regular moose looks like. Okay, but 4 is a winner. I'm excited because most of mine have, recent sprints have not been hitting. So Kelly had a quick meeting. Okay, there we go. And she also chose number 4. Okay. High five, Miss Lady. Luna chose number 3. Yeah, I know they ran out the gate like quick. I was surprised by how quick. Normally it's kind of a slow roll. Okay. Bree like the reddish one. That's second. Okay. Exactly, right? Not mad at it, okay, at all. So Kelly finished your meeting, rewrote a back cover copy for a new release, and made it to 50% and a good running away. That is definitely quick because you were like just starting before. Quick book for sure. I hope that you're enjoying that first book in the series. How's that going? How's it going? Let us know. Let us know. Y'all, it's been a nice day. Gearing up to be pretty nice. Looks like it's going to rain though. I hope it doesn't. Doesn't. I'm almost done with one of my arcs that I started a few days ago, a collection of fairy tales from all over the world and their original form. Ooh, that ought to be interesting. And planning on posting closer to the published day. Okay. If you want to get your thoughts down on paper first, what I used to do, not so much anymore, but I always take notes in my little reading planner as I go, but I have like a little Google document that I would type out my written reviews on. And so that way I can just cut and paste. So that's just an option for you in case you want to get something down really on paper. If it's further out. Amberly spent the sprint knitting. I want this project done by my birthday, so I have to get a move on it. Get the moving. What's the project? Let us know. What color is it too? Kelly says, I was at 44% of a good running away. Oh, I know. I thought you were earlier in. Okay. I probably was thinking somebody else. Okay. Well, you are making great progress and will be done sooner than later. Definitely in time for Friday, for sure. I developed edit it, so I'm quite familiar, but it's been years. So super fascinating to read it again after so long. Oh, that's awesome. See, that's special to see that finished product and be able to enjoy something that you helped create. I like that. That's awesome. That's just like creating Google or, all the little snippets of Google and then still being able to enjoy it. Okay. Although I saw a program the other day, it was talking about just consumerism and all this other stuff. And it talked about how Amazon basically is kind of like the worst, especially when people return things. It just goes into landfills and destroys other countries, blah, 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 blah. But there was this lady that talked about how she helped create the click now button, the buy now button on Amazon, and how it's such a great thing. And now how it just disgusts her, with the amount of consumerism that goes through that. So just very interesting. Not the same thing with books, as just a reminder, okay? Luna said, I pre-make the reviews. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Marie says, I hope everyone had a good sprint. I hope y'all did as well, because it was indeed the last one. We're going to be leaving here shortly. It's a striped top. Ooh, clothes. I like that. I'm using white, green, and orange. It's very fall. So I can pretend that early September is fall, even though it's still 100% out. Hey, you know what? I believe in wearing whatever clothes you want, whatever time of the year. Okay. Does it look silly and inappropriate at times? Maybe, but I'm preferring more for if you're trying to wear like booty shorts and it's wintertime. Although I have seen some folks do that. Or if you're trying to wear a bathing suit and it's wintertime or something, it may be inappropriate, but anyway, I believe in wearing your clothes whenever you feel. So I will wear my summer clothes, not those type things. So I don't even, but I'll wear like a short sleeve shirt or a tank top and just put a jacket or something or a shirt underneath. So wear whatever you want, okay? Just stay warm and safe. Christina says, made the bed so I would not climb back in and make progress in my book. Two good things, okay? Two good things there, okay? And I like how you did the adult thing and made the bed. Unlike me, where I just kind of like throw some sheets, just kind of haphazardly throw it and call that make the bed. No tuck corners or nothing. Christina says, thanks for hosting today. Have a fabulous day. You too as well, Miss Lady. I'm sure I will see you on some sprints later, okay? Christina says to do all the things, hydrate, stretch, take your meds, hit the like button, notify, and have a little snack and laundry. I'm all for those, all for those. Thank you very much for coming by, you too, Kelly, okay? Oh, Paula is sprinting too. Okay, Paula and Barbara. Two fun people. Make sure you check them out. I'll stop by and say hi before I have to run my errands. So, well, it's been a fun time, y'all. Y'all have been with me through a few things I have done today, all very productive. So I can't be mad at any of those. So I appreciate you taking the time to come by my channel as always. And y'all have a blessed, beautiful day and stay hydrated and read some good books, okay?